Let's Wow, how many let's find out. Let's going a one, a two, a one, a two. Hey, I thought we were just going a one, a two. This turns a 1. Turns a 1. A 1.
there's a cow in this commercial, and there is a fox, and a turtle, and an owl.
Mr. Owl, how many little lettuce find out? A one, a two, a three, a four, a five, a six, a seven, a eight. I thought you were just, a one. That's your you know, 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 now, you know, you're, you know, you know,
Hello. Yeah, I got a microphone. Uh, thank you, Florida. Owl's thumb is on the wrong side. No, his hands turned around. His hand is like that. See? Makes more sense in animation. Excuse me.
you know, you know, now, 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 you know, you know, now, now, you know, you know, you know, you know, you know, now. Hey, I thought you were just going a one, a two. Ooh, hey, I thought you were just going a one, a a a a a a, a one, a two, a one, a a, a one, a two, a one, a a a, a one, a two. Ooh, a two, a one, a two, a two, one, a two, a two, two, a two, a two, one, a two, a, a one, a two, a one, a two, one, a two, a two. It's your, you know, now. What? Oh, Mr. Turtle, how many
I'm
licks
old
does...
enough to remember when there was a cow in this commercial, and there was a fox, and a turtle, and an owl.
Mr. Owl, how many licks...
Let's find out. A one, a two, a three, a four, a five, a six, a seven,
Hey, I thought you were just going a one, a two. It's your, you know, now.
what? Oh, I didn't mean anything. Let's sing. Let's sing it. Oh, I'm sorry. Where were we? All right. Nine, a 10.
How many licks does it take? World.
There's just one more shot that I have to animate. Or no, there's two more. Three if you count the wrappers in the final shot. There's just this, this, and this. There's not a whole lot left. Alright. Probably spend like another hour on this video and then get going. And then it'll be done. Thank you, the chosen Juan. Been watching your stuff forever. It's crazy to see how well your animations developed over the years. Keep up the good work. I have the first comment. I have the first comment on the original Dog of Wisdom. Wow. Nice. You know, many people claim that, but only one person really has it. With a name like the Chosen Juan. I'm what?
Let him sing it.
Mr. Turtle, how many
I'm
licks
old
does...
enough to remember.
Let me take a little break. I'm gonna render first half of this cartoon. 16. All right, that'll go for like, I don't know, 5 minutes. I can answer some questions in the meantime. Or I could never create this. Well, it's like I keep trying to say, making art is not even about the result. It's about the process. And if you can't understand that, then you're not really an artist. I don't know. There's no book that says that. That's just my feeling. Um, and once this video is done, I'm never gonna want to look at it again. So what was it all for? It was all about the process of making it. Well, if yesterday's news is anything, uh, if it's any optimism for artists, just know that you will easily outlive this garbage. You know, the first time I saw Sora, I was kind of impressed, but it's also like you're not that impressed. You know, usually like when you see like a new 3D animation technology or something, you're pretty impressed until like a couple of years go by, and then you need it to evolve again. But like with Sora, you're kind of not even impressed anymore by the time the video is over. You're already picking apart all the things that are fucked up about it, and you don't really know what it's good for beyond being a tech demo. I mean, yeah, it can be used to make art, but whose art exactly? It's not mine. It's art made of other art, so it's almost like what they call ready-mades with, you know, a little bit of extra oomph. Oh, I guess it's not actually showing the rendering. Oh, there it is. Yeah, don't worry about the outline. Don't worry about the sketches. It's not going to appear in the render. If you click the little camera over here on the right, it keeps it from rendering. So yeah, you will easily outlive a $1 trillion AI video model. What's it good for besides porn anyway? It can make porn that looks real of your favorite celebrity. That's all it's good for. And, you know, probably really traumatizing for the celebrity if they ever see it. So, sucks to be Taylor Swift right now. Well, also just like, if you're an artist, you want control over your art. Even if you're not very good at drawing, it's still yours. You still are in charge. There's nothing more frustrating than typing in a prompt and getting something completely different from what you were imagining. It's not good for artists in a lot of ways. I mean, I kind of thought I'd be using it, but I'm not even using it. That was like 2 years ago. I thought I might be using it, and what's kept me from using it exactly? I guess the fact that I can't really control it. It's like, here's an analogy. Art is a bicycle. AI art is a horse. You can get thrown off. It can refuse orders. It's a horse. You know, a bicycle may be hard to ride, but once you get going, you never forget. A horse, on the other hand, you can lead it to water, but you can't make it drink. A horse doesn't have your mind. It has its own mind. It doesn't mean you can't control it, but you're never going to be in charge of it. It's got a mind of its own. So like, kind of sucks if you want to like make art that's actually yours. I'm just looking at the clip that I just rendered. It's not bad. I'm wondering if I should put the VHS filter higher. Wait a second. It's not even here. I may have gotten rid of it. Did I get rid of it? Wow. That would explain why I don't see it. Alright, let's keep going. I don't remember what frame was the last one.
Mr. Turtle, how many lips a one, a tough. We would just a one, a tough. Ooh, that's you know, now. What? Oh,
But yeah, so the news yesterday is that Disney is no longer making a AI model of their own characters with OpenAI. They're not gonna let you create bullshit on Disney Plus, which I I I kind of wonder, like, how the hell are they gonna do that? That doesn't sound like possible. People are going to immediately exploit it. And you know, it'd be stupid. It'd be really fucking bad. I think the idea was just to get ahead of people who might do that without their help. Not to prevent it from happening, but to be in charge of it while it happens. Yeah, right. People are going to AI generate Disney cartoons however they like, not not according to their rules. Is like so dumb. But now I'm thinking, since they just like so easily pulled it out, maybe it was never intended to actually happen. It was just there to. It was intended to boost stock or something by by saying there was like an AI component, and that's it. Temporary gains. Nothing real. Nothing burger. In and out. Like In and Out burger. But you know, when I first saw it, I was like, I'm totally using this to make Dog of Wisdom or some shit. Because it's like, I don't know. A part of me looks at it with the idea that, oh hey, this is just a rendering engine. It is a thing you can plug your art into and have the computer finish it, which is what we were doing 5 minutes ago. I was having the computer finish the image, and that's all it's really good for. It can't make the image, but now the computer does make the image, and well, the results aren't pretty. It's like, if your job as an artist is just going over the computer's results and fixing them frame by frame, you're like gonna hate your life. You're going to hate your life. That's not the process of making art. And unless you're a really greedy, stingy company like Coca-Cola, it's not going to be creation of art. Is there a possibility that it could be used for art, and even by me? Totally. But will OpenAI be involved? I kind of doubt it. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. OpenAI? Their name is a misnomer. There's nothing open about it. There was a part of me that thought OpenAI was going to do a Pixar pivot, which means go from a technology company to an arts company. Why would I think that? I don't know. I guess I just thought it's bound to fail. So maybe as soon as this technology is not exciting anymore, then it can be used for something real. But the Pixar thing was that they tried to sell computers, and it wasn't going well. They lost out to their competitors, like Silicon Graphics. They ended up buying Silicon Graphics computers instead of using their own. They still used RenderMan, which is their own proprietary rendering engine. So they never stopped being a technology company, but their focus was on making cartoons, making films, and the company would have just like dissolved and failed, and never would have heard of them if they hadn't done what I'm calling the Pixar pivot. But that was because they could do that because they had artists who actually saw the value in the technology. The people, the people they were trying to sell it to didn't see anything special about their computer, I guess. Maybe the I don't know what the exact problems were. Maybe the Pixar computer was too expensive, and that's what it was called. It was called the Pixar. It looked like this. This was Pixar's old logo. It was just a box with a circle in it, and that's what the machine looked like. It was just a box-shaped computer, and it was like, I don't know, impressive at the time, I guess. But very quickly it became outmoded and they weren't really able to sell them fast enough. They probably sold them for like $50,000 or something ridiculous like that. So like, you know, this is the dinosaur ages of computer graphics. So the price must have shot down exponentially over the next 5 to 10 years. I'm pretty sure that the indie, the kind of the computers they animated Toy Story on, was, for the time it was cheap. It was like $5,000. It was a very different thing when you have to spend that much money on those kinds of computers. It's a very different thing than what we have now. I'm using a computer that's I could probably buy like 3 computers with that money. And and the software doesn't cost anything. This is Blender. So it's a different time now. Uh AI, that's one way of getting people to actually pay for software, because it's not just paying for the software, it's paying for the computing. But beyond that, it may not have much utility beyond like making novelties. AI is like the candy cigarette of computer graphics. But yeah, like as a rendering engine, it is not reliable. So even though I had the idea to use it, I may not ever do that. How can I trust it to create the image that I made? And every every rendering engine is like that. There's gonna be bullshit that ruins it. You have to start over. Sometimes it's the computer's fault. Sometimes it's something you missed out, that you missed, didn't notice until it was too late. Um, yeah, here's the candy stick. Yeah, I don't know. I just came up with that now. I guess it sort of works, right? The candy cigarette. on one hand, it is a bit insulting to see such dumbasses act like they can be artists without any understanding of art, any effort. On the other hand, though, the maybe a a reckoning that we needed to shake things up. You know, uh every viral AI image was like something about Pixar. And you know, forget about the evil company for a second. What about the people making those? Don't you think they deserve to be a little bit tired of Pixar movies acting like Pixar's really the only one who deserves to make these things? Like, come on. Not that I think AI is the way. I think Blender is the way. Free and open software, not something that calls itself open. What is open about it? Not open source. So what's open? It's just a misnomer because it used to be open source or something. I don't know if it did. I haven't been following OpenAI since the beginning, but you know, like if you want to be lazy, you can do what I'm doing right now. This is pretty lazy, but in a way that I still agree with because it's a win-win. I have more control over my art while doing even less. And there's still a ton of work, so it doesn't feel like I skipped out on anything. But anyway, Sora has no future, I guess, or maybe they're just gonna succeed it with some other bullshit. I'm uh I'm a little tired of the I'm a little tired of like trying to fight back against AI with posting. It's never going to work. There's only one way, and you know it and I know it. It's you just have to make your art as impossible as that shit is. And you're never going to have the validation from the crowd. The group is always going to laugh at you for, you know, it's like, bro, are you seriously making real art right now? Don't you know that they invented a way to not have to do that? And then you're like, well, actually, I think that art isn't all about the end product. It's about the process. Of course, they've already walked away, you know, gone to like some AI porn site by the time you finish your sentence, but that doesn't make you any less right. Losing skills, traditional craftsmanship, etc. never pay off. Never paid off. People don't learn from history. Yeah, and well, I wasn't alive in the 80s, but I remember around 2000, pretty much every 2D animated cartoon or logo or something like that was all replaced with hideous CG. Like, absolutely disgraceful. And, well, sadly, it got some people to hate CG, but I don't think it's CG's fault. But CG is only a couple steps away from what AI is. It can be used to make absolutely horrifying work. The hideous, bad, cheap looking. It's a letdown when you see that shit replacing the thing that actually had some taste. Is that they can afford to not have taste anymore. The people who paid for that shit never knew what they had in the first place. Like they already had no taste. They're getting animators to draw like the fucking pickle stork or the tuna fish. It's not really art, but then when you see the CG version, it's like, holy shit, what did they do to Charlie the Tuna? He used to be so much better when he was soulless. Now it's like he's soulless. And, you know, I'm not sure that exact thing is happening with AI, but pretty much every company is trying to adopt it in the same way. It used for propaganda. Even propagandists are too lazy. They probably don't even come up with their own prompts. They probably ask the machine to write the prompt for them. They give the vibes, and then the prompt presents itself. I found that when I was using it, the more you use it, the lazier you get. And I guess, like, I got so lazy that I looped around to being productive again. I started making art again. I was like, fuck this. I can't make art with this. I was like, well, for some reason, I'm not lazy about this. What what can we learn from that? It's like you were lazy, so you went to AI, but then you just got even lazier. Don't laze me, bro. I'm not gonna pretend like I've never used it or I would never use it. I'm just saying it sucks. And I'm good. Well, also, like, I had a breakthrough. I had a realization sometime last year in a really dark place. I found that creating art is all about the process, not about the results, not about the product, not about the content. Art is needed, not just by the people who consume it, but by you. It is needed. Imagine how, you know, I was pretty depressed when I realized this, but imagine how more depressed I'd be if I was trying to get a computer to do everything, where I had very little input. I tell them the basic gist, and what it's okay. So one of the first observations I noticed about AI is that pretty much everything is like same quality in the same style, and I was like, you know, it's generic, it's shitty, but that's interesting because now we may be judging artworks some other way. We're going to be judging them based on our ideas. You know, our ideas are the things that are going to have to stand out. But nobody has ideas. Nobody has ideas that are so good that they can be rendered in any million numerous ways by AI and still be good. That's not what art is. It's about the execution. Like, if you ask 20 animators to reanimate the same exact Ninja Turtle, they're all going to come up with something different. Even if it's the same exact scene. So this idea, probably bullshit, that your ideas are going to make your art stand out. It's not true, because everybody can be like, hey, that's a good idea, I think I'll steal it. And what, how come when they do that it just like isn't as good? It's because it wasn't about the ideas. It was about how well you understood them. It was about your interpretation of them. And, you know, most importantly, it was about your execution of these ideas. Ideas are just ideas. You know, they can stay ideas. Well, you know, like stuff that seems like a good idea with AI is like a bear wearing a hat. You know, AI could do that pretty well. It can make a bear wear a hat. And it's like, tee, I put a hat on the bear. I think that's a pretty good idea. But it's also not like groundbreaking. You could have done that with Photoshop 30 years ago. You could have drawn that at any point in history, as long as the pencil and the hat existed. AI loses in quality over time, especially the more it consumes its own work. People don't work like that. Um, they do a little. I think some people have an art style degradation. Some people's art becomes a little bit like, you know, I've seen people get more skilled, and then the the assumptions they used to have start to go away, and they didn't realize it, but we actually liked some of those wrong assumptions they used to have. And AI is just like 100% trained on photographs, so it's like, you know, it makes mistakes, but it's still accurate in a way that artists are not. And you think like, oh wow, art has improved. We can finally eliminate biases and errors. It's like dumbass. That's why we liked it. And also biases and inconsistencies, inaccuracies basically define AI art. So that none of those things have gone away, even a little. Uh, the only difference is that they're created through dice rolls instead of misunderstandings. You know, if you misunderstand something and draw it wrong, don't fix it. You gave us something new. If you really hate it, then there's nothing I can stop you from if you want to fix it. But that's your choice. It's not the computer's choice. I think being a little bit wrong, not, you know, not like deeply messed up looking, but like just like a little bit off is a big part of human art. Sora. I don't know what that name is. Calling things Sora. The the idea of an art standard is a pretty new thing. Most people were lucky to witness a concerto once in their life during Mozart's time. Hmm, that's true. We allowed corporations to set that standard, which is why everything AI looks like that. You know what I mean by that? It looks like that. It looks like it could qualify as like a frame from a Disney Marvel movie or some shit. It looks like that. It has that look. A look that they've practiced. But yeah, feeling less confident about OpenAI's Pixar pivot prospects. They they're not they're not considered valuable the way Pixar was. Although Pixar is not valuable either to Disney. Disney just wanted to get rid of their own competition. They haven't needed Pixar in decades. Yeah, they still like getting money, but like Pixar's quickly turning into a liability for Disney. So, you know, that maybe increases their chances of being independent again. But they're not going to have the money to buy the company from Disney back. Not when Disney owns everything they do. They won't allow that if the whole point was to buy up the competition. I hope I can finish this before I have to go. Cartoon's really almost done. Yeah, it just feels soulless to me as a filmmaker. Well, yeah, because it is. It's like made of corpses. It's like it's like if you rearranged a bunch of dead bodies to spell out the word "hi" or something. Made of dead art. It's weird because all art is dead, but well, not this art. This art's alive because you're watching it get made. As soon as it uploads, though, it's gonna be dead because we gotta move on. I got other art to make.
How many licks?
I thought you were just going a one, a two. Ooh, it's your, you know, an owl.
There's still a bit of work left on this. I hate how little there is, but I don't know if I can actually finish it today.
A one, a two. Ooh, it's your, you know, an owl.
Oh man, his foot disconnects from his body. Just stretch it out. Even GLaDOS is not voiced by an AI. Well, that just makes it funnier that it's a person going. Or did they do it like that, or did they like sentence mix it out of regular words that were just unrelated? I don't think so. It kind of sounds like they just like put a filter over it. Gonna miss animating this owl. Oops. Toy Story was revolutionary in its day. CG rendering by itself is no longer novel and rapidly developing. I'm not sure what else is intrinsically Pixar aside from that. Hmm. Well, I would argue that even back then, CG was nothing new. Computer graphics had been around for like 30 years. You know, a very early version, 30 years before Toy Story, but like, it wasn't like the first time people had seen it. It was the first movie, but it wasn't the first movie that was planned. For like a decade, they had been planning to make the first computer graphics movie, and I guess maybe some people had just like given up on the idea after Brave Little Toaster was not the first CG animated movie. There was a time when it was actually more expensive, so they chose 2D animation instead. That part is just like still unbelievable to me. That like it would ever be cheaper to make a 2D animation. And it wasn't that long ago. Well, in my life, it was a long time ago. I was born in 1988, and that movie is from 1988. So, it's a big chunk of computer graphics history has happened since then. You know, the movie came out same year as this game, Yoshi's Island, and the shit that was happening back then was like you had a little chip on the actual Super Nintendo cartridge that would help. It was a graphics coprocessor called the Super Effects 2 chip that was used to do 3D effects that you couldn't do on the Super Nintendo without it. That's also unbelievable. It's like, just to make a cube rotate, they had to have like an extra little chip. And I'm not sure if that affected the price of the game, but games were really earning their full price tag back then. And then you had Toy Story, which was the first ever computer animated movie. That was also 1995. Now I sound like the old fucking turtle from this cartoon. I'm old enough to remember the first computer animated movie. Yes, back when Pixar meant something. Look how much he moves. I need to fix that. And then just a year later, Mario 64 is like, you already had, by 1995, you already had the 93 we had Star Fox, the first like real 3D console game. 94 you had PlayStation, the first actual 3D system, and then 96 you had N64, which was like the same thing with better resolution and worse textures. The mid 90s, and we're all seeing what computer graphics can do. Not that everything's figured out or anything. Like the simulations are non-existent. There's no, you know, like in a modern movie, you'll see like stuff crumbling. You'll see hair flapping around. You'll see all this stuff that you couldn't have done back then. You know, Andy and Sid have short hair because they couldn't do actual, you know, simulated hair. Even like in Toy Story 2, like check out that one scene where it shows Al walking, it shows his feet. It's like his his feet just move like this. Like they contact and then lift again without bending. But on a modern computer animated character, there's a thing called reverse foot that will automatically make it so the foot comes up and bends the toe. They didn't seem to have that then. So the feet are a little bit wonky. I love that. It's it shows that they did everything they could with what they had. You know, a movie like Frozen came out 10 years later and it had like actual snow. Shit that like you can never do in the first Toy Story. I'm sorry, I don't know what my original point was. Oh yeah, because somebody said that Toy Story and Pixar were made in a time of experimentation and discovery, and computer graphics weren't new, but they were accelerating thanks to the success of other movies like Jurassic Park and Terminator 2. Everybody knew what CG was. Um, so you were saying, what is it that makes Pixar Pixar then? Um, well, one of the things that they used to say was that the technology inspires the art. Um, it's not really a controversial opinion to say that Toy Story 3 is not inspired. Or sorry, Toy Story 5, same thing. Toy Story 5 is just Toy Story 4, which is just Toy Story 3. Although I guess Toy Story 3 is better in my opinion. But that's because it's like, I don't know. It's like the last Beatles album. They didn't really want to be there, but they still had some good songs because they knew it would be the end. It's like, that's important. That's important to get a, you know, if you're gonna squeeze one last drop, make it a good squeeze. And they did. They had the fucking toys die. They had the toys face their end, even though they didn't burn to death. We all saw it in our minds. They let us imagine it. They had the toys accept the end. It was the end. and you know, I'll never recover from this shit. that they just like they just reversed the end. It's the end. You can't unend it. but like the company is desperate for money for some reason. I guess after a couple of their movies do poorly, they need to bring dusty old toys out of the closet. Toys are looking dustier every year. Every few years when they try to bring that shit back. Let me reread your comment because I feel like I've gotten off track. Toy Story was revolutionary in its day. Yeah, that I would agree with because nobody had ever brought that level of characterization to computer graphics characters. What did we have before that? We had most of the video games were just racing games or ships flying around. Uh, it was still a few years before we'd had like real characters in computer graphics games. Although 19, what year was it? It was a cool fucking game. It was like you play as like a little robot, and the year was like 1980 or something crazy like that. It had a lot of character, but it still looks like a game. Tron. It's very Tron like. I guess Tron was the first use of CG in a movie that really embraced the look of CG. It wasn't trying to look like photorealism. It was trying to look like itself, which is great. Um, and Toy Story was trying to go for realism, but they also knew the limits, so they had the characters made of plastic. It's like the Five Nights at Freddy's guy was told that his models were creepy, like Showbiz Pizza, like Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. So he embraced it. The same way that Pixar was probably thinking, hey, all these 3D models look like they're made of plastic, so let's embrace that. Um, but even so, you get a level of realism, and there was a level of character in the performance that you'd never seen before. Nobody had ever hired famous celebrity actors to do a computer graphics character like Woody and Buzz before. They had a sort of it had sort of a legitimizing effect that this is no different from any other cartoon. It's no different from any other type of film. So yeah, that is revolutionary, and you can never do that again. Let me read the rest of your comment. Toy Story was revolutionary. CG rendering by itself is no longer novel and rapidly developing. No, it's not developing the way it used to. Um, you still hear about computer graphics developments, but like it's a blurb. It's not a breakthrough. It's not like the first time you saw Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. Nothing will ever be that again. And that's okay. That's fine. I think the fact that it's withered just makes it better. It just makes it more accessible now. You don't need millions and millions of dollars to do that. and then finally you said, I'm not sure what else is intrinsically Pixar aside from that. Well, Toy Story 2 was not it was not like, well, there were some steps forward. They you know, I was just talking about how the character animation was still limited. Their knowledge of what to do was still limited. Not everything was perfectly streamlined yet, but the characters looked better. The humans were more realistic. They made that old dude Jerry, and kind of understood how to make humans after that. So what is intrinsically Pixar? I think the first thing I said, the fact that they were able to breathe life into computer graphics. Even now it's difficult. You know, Pixar's competitors, they can only hope to achieve that level of realism. Or it's not realism, it's something else. It's believability or something. You know, look at Ratatouille. That doesn't look alive. It looks like CG. You know, Ratatouille is made by Video Brincado, who just kind of rips off other studios. And it's very cheap, and it doesn't look quite right. There's something off about it. It reminds you of what CG initially looked like when it was new. But it's, you know, it's not even about that, because you can make bad CG in any decade you want. It's about it being full of life or not. You know, lifelike and realistic are two different things. So what makes them Pixar anymore? I guess it feels like the same challenge is there that was there before Toy Story was made. Make something dead look alive. That's what they made the movie about. They made it about the toys coming to life. They made it about the toys looking like they're real people, because they, you know, they're voiced by recognizable character actors. They flail around with you know, I love when Woody is like, you know, just those floppy arms is just like great. It's like, that's the challenge now, to make it seem alive, to make it feel believable. And you don't need any realism for that. You can make it worse than Toy Story if you need to. You know, not to toot my own horn, but I feel like Dog of Wisdom looks realistic, and it's not even trying to be photorealistic. It's just trying to have believable motion. It's just trying to have motion that you see as alive. You mentioned The Spirits Within, which in contrast looks like real actors with 3D rendered. It was a shame. It was so disconnected from the game series. Right. The art style in that movie looks like it has nothing to do with the games. And that's something that would have looked fucking cool if you could make an animated movie that looks like the art from the Final Fantasy games. And I don't mean like the sprites or the 3D models in the games. I mean like the actual concept art. You could do that. You could easily do it now. I mean, it wouldn't be easy, but it could be accomplished now. Because, look at like the Spider-Verse and all that. You can make not just one type of CG, but any number of stylized CG art. You actually could make a movie that looks like the concept art from Final Fantasy, and well, whether we actually need that, I don't know. It's just, if you wanted to prove something with CG, that's something. What should Pixar be doing now anyway? Should they be doing Toy Story because they're nothing but an IP warehouse? That was something I was wondering too. That was like, if they can't push the art form forward, then all they can really do is rehash what they've already done, because all they are is their IPs, which they established in that moment of extreme creativity and experimentation and desire to prove that the art form is real. That's fair. Oh, I already read that quote. The art, especially from the earlier titles, could have made for some really interesting visuals. Yeah, like, think about the compromises that they had to take in making those games. And, well, this is another thing that has to do with the AI discussion. It's like making art without compromise. It's not actually good, because the compromise is, it's like playing a card game where you know every card. You know what every card is going to be. On one hand, you could play a game with no RNG, no random element, something that's like every time you play, it's exactly the same. But I think if you're really good at a game, you have to play with a little bit of random chance. You can do it if you're good enough. So it's the same thing with making art. You must compromise. You must learn what you can, where the bounds are. I think that's a problem for them. I remember reading back in 2010 that Toy Story 3 was the first movie Pixar ever made where the technical directors were able to give the artists everything they asked for. And on one hand, that's good, because it means that their vision made it to the screen uncompromised. But on the other hand, they missed out on some creative opportunities. Things that would have been a letdown turned opportunity. So they don't have that element of chance. Not when everything is running so cleanly, so streamlined and efficient. It's it's like saying that yeah, trying to think of a good analogy. trying to think where else you see this. You have to be able to think on your feet a little. They can get everything they want, then, well, there's less and less to discover. There's less and less to hope for. You know, a lot of the creative ideas, like making them toys in the first place, probably came out of the limitations and the compromises that they had to take. They just had to. There was no arguing with it. I'm not saying it's the only place creativity comes from. Like, I'm not going to tell you that you should use a pencil that snaps every time you draw a stroke. Although I'm sure you can make some great art even with that horrible bullshit going on. Amano's art was very expressive, perhaps too much for the NES graphics. Many game artists for the time made very simple designs. Gunstar Heroes comes to mind as an example. Thank you for reminding me what his name was. I forgot. Amano made all the portraits for characters. I assume he also drew all the monsters. And yeah, a lot of those sprites in like Final Fantasy VI, they're a degraded version of his artwork. Some of it doesn't quite read because the sprites are so small. Sometimes you see it as like something else than what it's supposed to be. But you know, the art made it in with compromise. And then there was probably a bunch of remakes of those games where they ruined it by making it without compromise. What am I trying to say with all this? That you should have a hard time making your art? No, that your art needs to be challenged by what's possible and what's not. You need to work within the limits because that's going to challenge, that's going to test and prove your art. Yeah, like the art style of those games eventually just became kind of like the spirits within. They didn't attempt to translate Amano's concepts to the games, which is kind of too bad, but I don't know if he actually worked there anymore after, by the time they got to that realism. He took a back seat around FF7 and just did title and promo art. I see. It does look different. It's got a different art style for the portraits. It's way more anime, you know, way more spiky haired anime than the kind of stuff he would draw. His stuff was like, it had like a realism, but you know, it was very stylized though. Well, that was nice finishing this cartoon. It's not 100% done, but I'll probably upload it by tomorrow. I know I said that like a week ago, but there's still a couple things I need to do, a couple sound effects, might retake, do a couple retakes on some of the lines. I want to ask my friend to re-record that line because he has a deep voice, and I think the line should be "The world must never know." The world must never know. I'm happy to do this because my Audrey and Victor cartoon is still not finished, and this is really helping me to ease back into grease pencil so I can get that done this year. This looks good. Oh. So yeah, like I think computer graphics have a rich future, but maybe not with Pixar or Disney or OpenAI. You know, people who would misuse them, or just like I don't know, underutilize them. You know, Disney should never have been trusted. They the same year that they or you know the same clump of years that they bought Pixar, they closed down their animation studio, and they were just doing 3D movies from then on. You know, they went back for one movie, The Princess and the Frog, but by that point they had already dismantled their computer they'd already dismantled their traditional animation uh uh like their studio and system for making that stuff, and it kind of has a weird look to it because it's like Toon Boom instead of Cap System. It looks different. It's not quite as charming. It's made 100% on the computer, I think. Yeah, it's weird because Pixar has made an initiative to try and bring some life into their new movies by getting some younger directors to talk about their life experiences and all that, with varied results. Um, they lost a lot of money on Elio because they kicked the dude off of the movie. Very Lasseter move, even though he was already gone. It's like, it was, you know, maybe you didn't like it, but this was his story, and it was the reason you hired him, because he had the story. Oh, that hand pops. I might not fix it.
How many licks does it take? World may never know.
Hmm. It's becoming harder and harder for capitalism to justify its existence. You know, before you could say these movies cost so much to make that you need hundreds of millions of dollars to make them. Although that wasn't even true with Toy Story. It cost less than 100 million. And now they will not make any movies that cost less than 100 million. It's so weird. It's because they set the precedent of making like billions. So now they just like reflexively spend 100, 200 million on a movie. The last computer animated movie that I thought was great was Flow. It was a independent movie. I watched that movie. It's about a cat. There's no dialogue. It is, in my opinion, it's what Disney should be doing, but aren't. This is what Walt Disney would have been doing. Stuff that looks like that. Stuff that just is art. And it's like, you can still make amazing work with computer graphics. If you reject all of Disney's bullshit, as Ralph would say. It's like everything I do in Blender is like a surprise to people. People are like, how are you doing that? It's like, that movie was made in Blender. That movie was made in a software that cost nothing. And it won. It won against The Wild Robot, which was also a good movie. I think that like there's this like corporate stank on Pixar's movies. I forget what movie came out that year, but it didn't win. What was this? Last year? 2 years ago? It must have been last year. So what did they make? Inside Out 2? Did that really lose? Did that really lose to Flow? Because Inside Out 2 made a lot of money. Oh, hey Chris, I was just gonna message you. Uh, could you voice a line in this? I want to replace the line at the end with the narration, and your deep voice is what I need. It's like, how many licks does it take? The world must never know. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. It's all Inside Out 2, 3, and 4 shit. Why would you get a job at some asshole studio? You sit there crying and get no respect for you. But yeah, like I'll make my little puppet show. I'll, you know, make my puppets with like the automatic flopping ears. Everybody's like, how'd you do that? how'd he do that? What's he doing? And like, why is it that the big company could spend $200 million and not even get that reaction? It's because the technology was never what was really that exciting. It was what you use it for. It's what you make of it, right? Everybody's at this point, everybody's got the same computers, almost. Like I have a decent graphics card, but it's not like, it's not like military grade or anything. Everybody has the same access to the same stuff. You know. Roadmap for Pixar looks predominantly sequels. Yeah, I was saying before that maybe they aren't really even good for anything except for their stash of IPs. They what makes them them anymore? Computer. Do. I loved singing about the moon, and the Thingus. I loved the Thingus. Can I interpolate these? Nope. Holy shit, he got crumpled. He got crumpled to fuck. Look, he looks like a candy wrapper now. He looks like this. Computer. Idea. Oh shit. This is all wrong. I gotta reset this. Oh. Hmm. Do. Computer. Do. Yeah, that's a problem. Problem. There we go. Oh, yeah, that I need to fix. The boy needs clothes or else this will be demonetized. Oh god. Give him a nose ring. They gave him clothes in like the HD version of this commercial. I gotta go pretty soon, but yeah, I don't know. It's 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 all in our hands now. It's in my hands. It's in yours. It's in the people who created Blender. It's in any asshole. It's like for years now they've been making these software like way too expensive. And in my from my perspective, it's all artificial inflating the price. Well, once upon a time, it actually cost that much. Now they're just trying to play pretend for the rest of time. It's like you're not going to find the best quality coming out of Hollywood anymore because I don't know, at one point it was pretty brave to make a computer animated movie. It represented a ridiculous investment. It represented a software that cost a lot. It represented computers that cost a lot. It represented labor that didn't exist. You didn't have people who knew how to do this. They had to learn. That's cool. What they do now is not cool because they already have their systems, they already have their shortcuts, they have their streamlined, optimized, and efficient everything. So what are we getting out of it? We're getting it's like you're squeezing one drop out of the orange instead of a whole cup. Wozniak went on record recently deriding the subscription model for things like Adobe Suite. It's all ruined by that. You know, Netflix, the Netflix model of like everything has copied Netflix. It's like, how can we make people pay for things for no reason? How can we cosplay as people from the past? Nope, there is no none of that. How can we artificially increase the price tag so that things could go back to the way they were? don't necessarily advocate for piracy, but I have an illegal copy of CS6 Suite, which I got after my legitimate CS4 code stopped working, and my only option was to subscribe. With a PFP like that, I'm not sure if I believe you don't advocate for piracy. Your icon is a pirate. It looks like, is that the scout from TF2 is a pirate? Oh shit, what did I do here? I fucked up. I meant to do this. It's based on an old Gmod video. Yeah, like the era when people were making TF2 bullshit in Gmod for funsies. That was like that was the era where Pixar was just first starting to lose their luster. They were they're making Toy Story 3, which is mandated by Disney. They made them do it. They made Up, which people will say it's good, but I think it's, you know, it's I remember feeling disappointed that like the story is I don't know how to put it. It insists upon itself or something like that. Up insists upon itself, doesn't it? I was watching a video on how the animated Toy Stories have pickled my organs. What a miserable experience. Before rigging and all that, adjusting every single piece of geometry by inputting numerical values. Oh my god. That's true. They apparently they just had a million sliders. You know, looking at what they actually did, it's like you can see how in a oh well not here exactly, but like when if you make an object with shape keys, like the sphere for instance, create a shape key, you turn it on, then you you mold it into position, like, you know, like the dachshund's mouth going hubba ba, for instance, is a shape key, you know, and then the slider lets you turn it on and off. Now imagine if that was everything you did. What a miserable experience. Many people refer to the opening scene of Up as a masterclass in cinematography. The other 1 hour of the film doesn't get talked about quite as much. Yeah, and it even had dogs and airplanes. Nobody talks about that. They only talked about my dog in an airplane. They never stopped talking about my dog in an airplane. Fuck that. Huge props to the absolute nerd savants who animated that way. They walked so we could run. Yeah, they didn't use motion capture because how could they have? It might have existed, but that would have probably been even harder back then. They didn't even I don't even think they could I don't think they could have even modeled back then. They used clay models and a digitizer wand to create the characters' faces and all that. That was something that they did for like decades. And I think they still make maquettes, but I don't think it's really that necessary now. Pixar's characters have really started to look like nothing. They look like the same. They look like the Universal Man with some edits. They all look like the same person. They always make movies about human beings now, or like blue humanoid characters that are the same model. You know, when a character is just like bespoke, you know, like when a character is it's clearly designed and modeled from that design, then you have some good results. Like, think about the little dude. Think about this little, wait, wrong layer. Think about this little dude from Wally. His name is Mo, and he's just like, I don't know how to draw him, but I'll do something that kind of looks like him. Little guy, and he's cute, and he's like obviously a unique character that is very different from these stock characters. He's just like a little guy, and every single robot in that movie is like that. Goodbye. Say goodbye to him because we're never getting that again. But yeah, unique character models and very different looking characters. They all have different silhouettes that used to define their character designs. And yeah, Bean Mouth defines them now. It's like characters that are a that's kind of weird because I thought the like Bean Mouth stuff was something that you do because it's easy to draw in 2D. It like makes it cheap to draw. But I guess it doesn't make a difference because they probably do the same with the storyboards. Yeah, I don't know about the opening to Up because on one hand, it's the best part of the movie, but on the other hand, what is it without the rest of the movie? I think people just like it because it's Pixar with no dialogue. That's the way it's meant to be. There was no dialogue in Red's Dream. There was no dialogue in Wall-E B. There was no dialogue in Wall-E. There was no dialogue in Luxo Jr. There was no dialogue in Piper. There was no dialogue in Leloon. There was no dialogue in For the Birds. There's no dialogue in Jerry's Game. And then later you have these movies where it's like, Buzz, I'm so traumatized. Like, shut up. Stop talking. Stop paying the voice actors. Just have nothing. I got recommended Bushworld Adventures on YouTube for the first time in years, and your name was in the credits. Yeah, that I worked on that. I did the part where he's like, "We're gonna die, Marty. We're gonna die today. We're actually gonna die." This is almost done. I wish I could just upload it, but I gotta rest for an hour before I head on over to do Thingus. There's a million little Viv gives I need to do. Pixar always put dialogue-free short films before their movies. With Up, it was just they just decided to make the short film part of the movie. Yeah, it's got a short filmness to it. It's it shows instead of tells. It's like tin toy, no dialogue. They did the 2D animation, day and night, also no dialogue. I I'm having trouble thinking of a Pixar short that had dialogue. They're not supposed to talk. The entire rest of Up after the first 10 minutes could have been 5 minutes long instead of an hour, and it could have been a really good short film. Well, it does it you know, I was just saying what is the rest of the movie, or what is the first part of the movie without the rest of the movie? I feel like it is setting up an adventure. Like you can't divorce the first few minutes from the rest. So why is everybody praise the first few minutes like it's, well, I mean, maybe the opening to Up will get its reckoning soon. It's an example of Pixar being able to find the humanity in its work, you know, like that. It shows it's just like a short film about two people growing old together, and it's sad. What if that was the end? What if that was the end? Would that have made sense, or do you need the adventure to follow it up? I mean, it's not a very satisfying film if it's just like, well, he's old and then he goes home. he's old, his wife dies, and he goes home. Truncate the rest of the major story beats, cut out the talking dog and the subplot about the fucking bird. Show him successfully reaching Machu Picchu or whatever with his balloonified house. So, yeah, but like then the story had to take a turn where it's like his goal of reaching Machu Picchu with the house is he has to get over his grief, you know, like it's there's no way you could just have that opening because it's setting the rest up. Oh my god. And I don't know if we're ready for that conversation. He deserves to be parentless. The fat Boy Scout. Right. It does kind of feel like there's a lot weighing down the movie, if you know, you pardon the pun. There's a lot weighing this movie down. I thought the villain was awkward. The dogs take up too much time. The bird is, I don't know what the bird has to do with Carl necessarily. The bird is a MacGuffin for the bad guy. So like you need the bad guy to have his motivations. Kids movies don't have to make sense to entertain kids anymore. That's how the internet is. It's not teach. I don't think that's true. I think it's just we're not getting the feedback from kids. We're getting the feedback from man children who think they know what they're talking about. It's like companies listening to them because they grew up with Toy Story. It's like, can we just grow up with Toy Story again? they do need to make sense. It's just that the bar is lower because there's already so many good movies in existence. I would not give my kid an iPad. Well, yeah, I know. But that's like, I know a kid who really wants an iPad and he's not allowed. Yeah, like this new Toy Story movie just looks like the like talk about we're making a movie, not therapy. Like the new Toy Story movie is just boomers complaining about their kids. Or I guess grandkids. It's like, well, how are they gonna vote for me if they're always on their iPad? It's just complaining about tech while being tech, and you know, selling this movie on YouTube later or whatever, so you can watch it on your iPad. I can't wait for Rex to have a realistic panic attack. I'm being replaced again. His arms are too short for him to clutch his chest. And an owl. This is me every morning when making my coffee. Because, like, I do 4 scoops, so it's like a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. Yeah, there's so little to do left. I could probably finish it tonight after the show, but I can't do it right now. I gotta leave soon. The person who made Dog Wisdom is also good at Blender. But yeah, it didn't just happen. I'm on like year 7 of using Blender, so finally make a jump scare at the end. Well, now you're expecting it. But yeah, like Pixar thinks that they're like thought leaders or some shit. They think that they're like deeply influential and not just like some making some kiddie shit. There was a featurette about John Lasseter working on not Toy Story. John Lasseter while he was working on Cars 2. Oh yeah, that idiot is a fucking iPad baby. It shows how he uses his iPad to do work. He's like he's getting like a 3-hour car ride from his house to the studio, and while he's being driven to work, he's on his iPad playing with the shit and checking the new animations for the new Cars movie that people did while he was asleep. And he's like, yeah, that's good. Yeah, fix that. It's like, in that featurette, they show how... Oh my god, this makes me so mad. I'm gonna get mad, but right before ending the stream, I'm about to get mad. they show how like what was it, 2011? They show how like they change a line. They change one line because there's a part in Cars 2 where the bad guy has like a ray gun that fires like a blast of radiation, and he's like, oh well, you know, that whole thing just happened in Japan, right? That nuclear plant got destroyed by a tsunami, and radiation is like a trigger word now. So now we need to change it because it would be insensitive. It would snap people out of the movie. It would make you think about that instead of this. It's like, that's all I can think about now, that you admitted that that's the reason you're changing it. He's like, no, we should change that. So they gave the animators more work by taking a scene that was already completed. You know, fiddling with his iPad, he decided he's gonna make them do more work for absolutely no fucking reason. That fucking groper, the guy who touches you. He's the hero of the day, the thought leader we all needed. It would be insensitive to radioactive ghouls. It would be insensitive to people who are like zombified. Hang on, let's see if I can find the clip. Must have taken like 100 man hours to fix this scene. It's like, just because of that, just because he changed it, now I'm going to think about the Fukushima plant. I wouldn't have before. It's just a word, radiation. A Day in the Life of John Lasseter. Here it is. Let me find the clip before I. How much of this video is dedicated to that, to redoing the line? All right.
There was sensitivity around that time to radiation and radiation explosions, and especially this is a scene that was taking place in Japan, so we just were.
This makes no sense. This is Pixar brain.
A line of dialogue.
After microscopic examination, I found that it has one small weakness. When hit with a blast of radiation, it becomes extremely dangerous. Smile for the camera. Is that all you want?
It's the same number of syllables. Right?
There's sensitivity.
An electromagnetic radiation emitter. What about her? Did you give it to her?
This camera is actually an
They already finished it.
What if you just do radio pulse? It just sends a. Is that two?
This is the genius at work.
I think my number one choice would be electromagnetic pulse because it sounds stronger.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'd rather go with your first choice with it and get it, you know, if we're going to make the decision to do this.
Well, let's make that. Let's at least get the animation
I think so.
done, and then we won't add any frames. It'll just be adjusting mouth shapes. Can we get it done this afternoon?
We're gonna do it at 4:15.
All right.
All right, I'll see you in a little while.
See you in a bit. All right.
So it took several hours out of the day.
You know, it
But like, you know, that they had to re-render it. They had the
So we are going to a lighting review.
wait. Sorry, I talked over something, didn't I?
You know, you try to be sensitive to all your audiences all around the world. So
Try to be sensitive to all your audiences all around the world, and then shows this image.
to a lighting review in what we call the lighting lounge area, and we're in here with Sharon.
It plays sentimental music.
Toy Story. Sharon and I worked together since Toy Story.
Look at what he's doing. Look at the body language. He's like, yeah, that's right. I own you, bitch. You see this? He puts both hands on it. Streisand did. Yeah, it's Streisand did because they made this featurette where they explain how they're sensitive. They're sensy boy. That is just so bizarre. That's bizarre. That is a wackadoodle decision. Strange. Very odd. It's goofy. There's no coffee left in my cup, just muck. Just post-coffee muck. Now that he's operating a toll booth and still wearing now he's operating a toll booth and still wearing the ugly Cars polo. Lester makes me flaccid. Like that's the decisions of a man who is embroiled in multiple scandals. I feel like the sexual harassment scandal overshadows the wage fixing scandal. It's like they prefer to be on the hook for that. Because, you know, at least you can ignore women. When's the new Audrey and Victor short coming? I would love to finish it by October. But I also need more patrons if I'm going to meet that goal. I need to double my patrons, actually. So, if you're interested in seeing Audrey and Victor coming out this year, I mean, this is just practice so I can get back to Audrey and Victor stuff. I'm also working on a new Audrey and Victor short called Don't Get Mad that I would like to release in a few weeks. So yeah, I need to do something to drum up some more support. I made a Patreon video a few months ago and that was successful, but I need even more patrons than that. I've worked on I've done lots of work on the Audrey and Victor stuff, but I blew through the money I had saved up. And you know, it's a big cartoon, so it didn't really materialize as anything. It kind of just looks like I did nothing when I was working hard for months and months. The thing about the John Lasseter clip, it's like being sensitive is fine, but like that's not even being receptive to anyone at all. That's not being receptive to anyone's sensitivities. Do you think anime stopped using words like nuclear or radiation once that happened? I mean, maybe they haven't actually started. Maybe they haven't done that since the 80s. But like, I don't think that's something anyone but Pixar was doing. Like, radiation, bad. It's like, you really look like you give a shit. It's like we're worried about losing a billionth of a cent. If anything, they became fucking obsessed with images of nuclear death. Well, they created that. They created that association by doing that. Oh, you mean Japan became obsessed with it? Well, yeah, they're no stranger to the idea of nuclear destruction. It was there for a long time. And like, just because it's been almost 100 years doesn't even mean that it's worn off. I'm sure people are still touchy about the idea of being nuclear bombed. Akira is unapologetically an allegory for it. Well, you know, that's just turning lemons into lemonade. What are you gonna do with that shit? What else are you gonna do with that? It molded them into a completely different place. And, have to figure out where that where the hell is that lollipop gonna come from? I guess he pulls it out of his ass. But yeah, like Cars 2, which has nothing to do with anything. I mean, does it take place in Japan? Did they use the radiation against Japan? I turned it into that sick Japanese lemonade that has like salted plums in it. I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds pretty good. Glad I finally got not depressed enough to work on this. I really need to keep moving with my videos. So yeah, the way forward for Pixar is just IP Crundus, but the possible future for them is doing more personal stories, because that's the only thing that you really have, right? Is like you let an artist do their thing. It's just like when they're doing shit like this, like changing a word because of perceived insensitivities, you know it's just too far gone. They're not allowed to even be wrong. They're just like everybody just standing around and saying, yes, boss, we will do that thing. We'll do that stupid fucking thing you've asked us to do because you have endless resources at your disposal. I've been thinking about the idea of turning lemons into lemonade. Like the lemon pound cake song, if you saw that. Dude's house got raided by shithead cops who glanced at his lemon pound cake, and then he made a music video where he makes fun of that. And they tried to They tried to sue him, I guess. And the court sided with him. All he was doing was turning lemons into lemonade. Oh my god, I have to add a line to every frame of this. Oh, I know I'm going to forget if I do it later. If I say I'll do it later, so I better do it now. This is the worst part of the job, is like when you have to just like do some dumb work that doesn't even feel like art. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade, or I guess lemon pound cake. You know, I'll probably talk about this in more detail later on Thingus, but I was feeling bad about being an artist the other day. Like, I don't want to be an artist. I want to be happy. I don't want to have to work with the shitty hand I've been dealt. I just want to not have a shitty hand in the first place. But then I saw the Afro Man video about lemon pound cake, and it changed my perspective. It made me think, like, lemon pound cake sounds pretty good right now. Turn lemons into lemon pound cake. That's not so bad. Look at this dude in his ridiculous suit. He won. He won. He won looking like that. He won because all he did was make lemons into lemon pound cake. He took a really bad situation, something that would have probably left me as a crater if the cops had invaded my home and treated me like that. That's just what they think they can do, what they think they can get away with. And then they tried to say that they suffered because of his lemon pound cake song. They tried to say that the pain and suffering was theirs. This is the shitty hand he was dealt. I guess he just knew they were coming to raid his house, so set up cameras. I don't know how often that happens to him, but I guess often enough that he needs cameras. And good thing he had them, because when something's on video, that's irrefutable proof. Well, you know, the cop didn't actually take his pound cake. That was AI. But still funny. Because he did actually look at it. If only for a second. He may have thought about having himself a slice. There we go. That only took a minute. I have to end the stream, but let me play the cartoon one more time.
Mr. Turtle, how many licks does
Remember when there was a cow in this commercial, and there was a fox, and a turtle, and an owl.
Mr. Owl, how many licks?
Let's find out. A one, a two, a three, a four, a five, a six, a seven, a eight.
I thought you were just going a one, a two. Ooh, that's your, you know, now.
And what? Oh, I didn't mean anything by.
I think different art is made under different circumstances. Some art is born from adversity, but I think people are more likely to flourish creatively if they don't have to struggle. Well, yeah. I don't think more struggle necessarily makes you better. It's just that if you do have to live with it, that's not so bad. That's just not so bad to just like turn it into art, because then it's on the art. It's in the art instead of in you. And look how his art saved him. He made that song and he fucking won. And they played that song and showed the video in the courtroom. And he won. Looks great, thank you. Yeah, I think it looks really good. It looks even better rendered. Here, let me show it off, just like a couple frames in rendered mode. It's like got some chromatic aberration that gives it like a old-timey look to it. Pretty sweet. Orson Welles famously said that being poor did not help him as an artist. Well, he says that, but how do we know that's true? Well, yeah, I mean, I have noticed that there's some people who make a lot of money and like even, you know, years into their success can still make great art. It's like, how do they do that? Yeah, I'm not gonna act like the suffering is the key, but it could be the key lime pie. The suffering is not the key. It's just the art is what you can do with it. Because suffering is just there otherwise. Anyway, as much as I hate to end the stream, I'm all out of time. So, thank you for watching, and this video should be uploaded by tomorrow. Wait, I'm sorry if you just got here. Thanks for coming for 5 seconds, and I'll be back soon. I'll be back tonight if you want to watch me and my sister play video games and chat about shit. Probably talk more about the Afroman thing. Probably have a bunch of topics from this week to talk about, including Meredith's take on the whole Sora thing. Have fun on Thingus, thank you. Yeah, if you want to watch that, here, just I'll post the link. Yeah, follow my sister. That's her Twitch. And I'll see you on the next one.